Agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 211, nays 218. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Forgot the 5. On this vote, the yeas are 232, the nays are 198. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 113, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
Union Calendar Number 657, House Concurrent Resolution 113, Concurrent Resolution establishing the Congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2027 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2028 through 2036.
The question is on adoption of the concurrent resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. are 216. The nays are 214. The concurrent resolution is adopted. Just pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 8205 as amended, which the clerk will report by title.
Union Calendar Number 637, H.R. 8205, a bill to amend the Accelerating Access to Critical Therapies for ALS Act to reauthorize the provisions of such act through fiscal year 2031 and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 7283, which the clerk will report the title.
H.R. 7283, a bill to amend Title 41 United States Code to amend the time period for certain acquisition-related dollar thresholds.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 1722 as amended, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 1722, a bill to require an annual report of taxpayer-funded projects that are over budget and behind schedule.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I hereby remove my name as a co-sponsor of H.R. 9535.
Request is granted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table the concurrent resolution S-Con Res 37 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
Res 37.
They're swapping out.
I don't have.
Well, Larry came together to make a copy, so you left it in there. You guys don't have it? Okay.
No, I have to have the papers. Okay.
Larry came to get it to make a copy last night. We thought he left it in here. It's Conres 37. It's the Lindsey Graham line estate. Maybe they pulled it out already. Did they pull it out already? Somewhere?
I don't know, it's not in here. Unless it got refiled? No, it's not in there.
We need to make sure we have this thing.
It's not here. Huh? Yeah, ask Lawrence where it's at. It's not here.
Hey, transfer me to Larry, please.
Hey, Lace, did you file that?
We got it. The title.
The clerk will report the title.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 37, concurrent resolution authorizing the use of the rotunda of the Capitol for a ceremony to honor the late Senator Lindsey O. Graham.
Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I hereby remove my name as co-sponsor of H.R. 1238 and H.R. 9535.
Request is granted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair. The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 212. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 7008 offered by the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 7008, offered by Mr. Magaziner of Rhode Island.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Vote, the yeas are 211, nays 218. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Forgot the 5. On this vote, the yeas are 232, the nays are 198. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 113, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
Union Calendar Number 657, House Concurrent Resolution 113, Concurrent Resolution establishing the Congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2027 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2028 through 2036.
The question is on adoption of the concurrent resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. are 216. The nays are 214. The concurrent resolution is adopted. Just pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 8205 as amended, which the clerk will report by title.
Union Calendar Number 637, H.R. 8205, a bill to amend the Accelerating Access to Critical Therapies for ALS Act to reauthorize the provisions of such act through fiscal year 2031 and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 7283, which the clerk will report the title.
H.R. 7283, a bill to amend Title 41 United States Code to amend the time period for certain acquisition-related dollar thresholds.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 1722 as amended, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 1722, a bill to require an annual report of taxpayer-funded projects that are over budget and behind schedule.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I hereby remove my name as a co-sponsor of H.R. 9535.
Request is granted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table the concurrent resolution SCON Res 37 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
He's doing the Lindsey Graham thing. We just need a minute to get the paper.
SCON Res 37.
They're swapping out.
I don't have it.
Well, Larry came together to make a copy. So you want it in there? Do you guys don't have it? Okay.
No, I have to have the papers.
Larry came to get it to make a copy last night. We thought he left it in here. That's Conres 37. It's the Lindsey Graham line estate. Maybe they pulled it out already. Did they pull it out already? Somewhere?
I don't know, it's not in here. Unless it got refiled? No, it's not in there.
We need to make sure we have it.
It's not here. Huh? Yeah, ask Lawrence where it's at. It's not here.
Hey, transfer to Larry, please.
Hey, Lace, did you file that?
We got it. The title.
The clerk will report the title.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 37, concurrent resolution authorizing the use of the rotunda of the Capitol for a ceremony to honor the late Senator Lindsey O. Graham.
Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I hereby remove my name as co-sponsor of H.R. 1238 and H.R. 9535.
Request is granted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Without objection, a motion. The gentleman from Washington is recognized. The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 212. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 7008 offered by the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 7008, offered by Mr. Magaziner of Rhode Island.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 211, nays 218. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Forgot the five. On this vote, the yeas are 232, the nays are 198. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 113, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
Union Calendar Number 657, House Concurrent Resolution 113, concurrent resolution establishing the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2027 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2028 through 2036.
The question is on adoption of the concurrent resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. are 216. The nays are 214. The concurrent resolution is adopted. Just pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 8205 as amended, which the clerk will report by title.
Union Calendar Number 637, H.R. 8205, a bill to amend the Accelerating Access to Critical Therapies for ALS Act to reauthorize the provisions of such act through fiscal year 2031 and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 7283, which the clerk will report the title.
H.R. 7283, a bill to amend Title 41 United States Code to amend the time period for certain acquisition-related dollar thresholds.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 1722 as amended, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 1722, a bill to require an annual report of taxpayer-funded projects that are over budget and behind schedule.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I hereby remove my name as a co-sponsor of H.R. 9535.
Request is granted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table the concurrent resolution, S-Con Res. 37, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
He's doing the Lindsey Graham thing. We just need a minute to get the paper.
S-Con Res 37.
They're swapping out.
I don't have it.
Well, Larry came together to make a copy. So you left it in there. Do you guys don't have it? Okay.
No, I have to have the papers.
Larry came to get it to make a copy last night. We thought he left it in here. That's Res 37. It's the Lindsey Graham line of state. Maybe they pulled it out already. Did they pull it out already? Somewhere?
I don't know, it's not in here. Unless it got refiled? No, it's not in there.
We need to make sure we have this thing.
It's not here. Huh? Yeah, ask Lawrence where it's at. It's not here.
Hey, transfer me the Larry, please.
Hey, Lace, did you file that?
We got it. The title.
The clerk will report the title.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 37, concurrent resolution authorizing the use of the rotunda of the Capitol for a ceremony to honor the late Senator Lindsey O. Graham.
Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I hereby remove my name as co-sponsor of H.R. 1238 and H.R. 9535.
Request is granted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Without objection, a motion. The gentleman from Washington is recognized. The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 212. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 7008 offered by the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 7008, offered by Mr. Magaziner of Rhode Island.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Vote, the yeas are 211, nays 218. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Forgot the 5. On this vote, the yeas are 232, the nays are 198. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 113, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
Union Calendar Number 657, House Concurrent Resolution 113, Concurrent Resolution establishing the Congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2027 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2028 through 2036.
The question is on adoption of the concurrent resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
ever beginning killed 3 U.S. service members at Tower 22. That is what our U.S. service members are fighting against. That my colleagues will say no imminent threat ever existed. The same colleagues that used to tell us we should use any and all means necessary to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. Why? Because they recognized back then that that is the Iran that we have been dealing with day in, day out, week in, week out, year in, year out. The Iran that has been attacking relentlessly the United States of America, tankers, container ships, United States Navy vessels, Coast Guard vessels, firing on our personnel in Iraq, in Syria, in Jordan, anywhere in the Middle East that they could fire on them. What has changed since these attacks? Because everything that I listed off happened well before Operation Epic Fury. So what has changed? The Ayatollah that ordered the attacks on our bases, on the bases of our allies, is now rotting 6 feet under. What has changed? Their Navy that carried out countless attacks on our cargo ships, all those that I listed off just now. The Navy that was attacking, seizing, holding hostage. They are sitting at the bottom of the waters that they used to float in. Their Air Force that carried out attacks on our bases and against our allies. They have been grounded and obliterated. Those are just a couple of the things that have changed. This was not a war of choice. This was not President Trump's war of choice. This is, and always has been, Iran's choice that they made each and every day for the last 47 years. What I gave you was just some of the incidents of the last couple years. We simply said, no more wars. Instead, we're putting a stop to the old ones. This ends here. This ends now. That country, their IRGC, their proxies that have been attacking us endlessly will no longer exist and will not obtain a nuclear weapon, whether my colleagues forgot that they voted to say that or not. So, Mr. Speaker, in regards to today's war power resolution that asks for the removal of our U.S. forces, as my colleagues have done week in, week out, forgetting about every single thing that our service members are out there fighting against, I urge a no vote on their legislation. And, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The hardest part of this job for me, for all the time that I've been in Congress, all the bills that we have to vote on, when I put my hand up and swore that I would abide by and protect the Constitution of the United States of America. That Constitution also says that Congress determines when we send our women and men into war. I've had to vote on that several times previously in this Congress. It's a responsibility that is tough to make that determination when it's a responsibility that is tough to make that determination when our men and women and presidents, based upon that Constitution, should come to this body and make their case. And then we have the awesome responsibility of making the determination of whether or not they should or should not. And that's been the toughest votes for me to have and me to make as a member of the United States Congress. Unfortunately, in this instance, we didn't have a voice. My heart goes out to the 18 members of the United States Armed Services who lost their lives. To them, their families, they're patriots. Just as Mr. Mast doing his service, and Mr. Crow and Mr. Moulton, I thank them for their service. Because if this Congress says go to war, they put their lives on the line. I wish I had the opportunity to talk to all 18 families who lost loved ones in this war. Fortunately, I can't do all 18. One of the 3 that lost their life over the last weekend, Sergeant Angel Rampershade, is from my district, my constituent in Ozone Park, New York, who was killed on July 17th in Jordan. I'm going to visit that family when I get back to New York on Friday. My office has already reached out to him. I'm going to have a flag flown on top of the Capitol. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of Representative Jao Paul's Iran War Powers resolution because I believe that the President needs to come to us so that we can make that decision and that responsibility as the Constitution says. And let me be clear. This body has already spoken. The War Powers resolution passed with bipartisan support in the House and in the Senate. The Trump administration was required to end its hostilities against Iran. It has not. A dual-chamber concurrent resolution has never been struck down by the courts, certainly not in the war powers context. Any claim otherwise is simply wrong. I will also be introducing legislation that would require the Speaker to bring suit against the administration, to force it to abide by Congress's vote on the War Powers resolution. But we are here today because the administration broke the law. 3 more U.S. service members having made the ultimate sacrifice for an illegal, unauthorized war that the American people don't want. This administration has never sought an authorization for use of military force from Congress, and most Republicans in this chamber continue to enable it. As I've said before on this floor, this war has achieved none of our core objectives. And more bombing would not change the reality that's on the ground. With respect to Iran's nuclear program, its hardline regime, its closure of the Strait of Hormuz, or any of its malign practices, none of that has changed. Addressing those threats requires diplomacy, not more war. And diplomacy must be led by seasoned diplomats and non-proliferation experts, not real estate developers. We need our European allies, our Gulf partners, and yes, our adversaries back at the table. Because just bombing without strategy, Mr. Speaker, that's not a foreign policy. It's a tantrum. It's a tantrum by a president who could not clean up the mess that he has made. Let us make no mistake. The president's tantrum is why gas prices is back over $4 a gallon. And it will keep climbing now that the Houthis have threatened their own blockade of the Red Sea. That tantrum is why American troops are under fire. It's why our munitions stockpiles are being drained. And it's why we are teetering on the edge of the forever war we warned this would be. So to my Republican colleagues, this war is indefensible, and deep down, many of them really know it. I say let's just simply uphold the oath that we took when we took this office. Uphold the Constitution of the United States. Stand with us, and let's make clear once again that this president, he's not a king, he's not a dictator, he's the president of the United States, but there is a body called the House of Representatives and the Senate that is equal to the executive branch. He cannot go around this. That's in violation of the Constitution. And he cannot wage war without our consent. And so if you still believe this war should continue, I say fine. Then vote in support of this measure and demand the administration come to this Congress and demand that he tells us what his plan is, how it's going to end, and how much money it's going to cost the American people. And also, he should follow the Constitution as the law requires. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to urge the United States House of Representatives to pass my War Powers Resolution to end President Trump's illegal and unconstitutional war in Iran. Let me be clear. We should not have to be here yet again voting on another War Powers Resolution. For the first time in history, both the House and the Senate passed a War Powers Resolution to rein in this reckless war and reassert our constitutional authority under Article 1, Section 8, to authorize the use of military force. But the President is once again showing his contempt for Congress and for the Constitution, continuing this destructive, deadly, and costly war despite Congress having already passed a War Powers Resolution that has the force of law, declaring that this war must stop. Instead of respecting Congress's Article 1 sole constitutional authorities over war, the President has doubled down on more illegal strikes, escalating the situation in the region and leading to more Iranian strikes that killed 2 United States soldiers, as well as an additional service member who was killed during a controlled detonation of a downed Iranian attack drone. Gas prices across the country have gone up again. The Memorandum of Understanding has turned into a deadly memorandum of misunderstanding, with the Iranian government continuing to utilize leverage over the Strait of Hormuz. This is an illegal and unconstitutional war, waged without authorization from Congress and at the cost, the tremendous cost, of a total of 18 U.S. service members who have lost their lives and hundreds more who have been injured. I give tremendous honor and respect to our service members, those who serve, those who have sacrificed their lives, including Air Force Captain, U.S. Air Force Captain Ariana G. Saviano, who is from my home state of Washington. The cost of this war is incalculable. Not only have we lost 18 U.S. service members, but this war has been waged at the cost of thousands of civilians who have been displaced or killed in the region, and all on the backs of U.S. taxpayers who desperately want this administration to focus on the crisis of their pocketbooks, the basic inability of Americans in the richest country in the world to afford health care, gas, groceries, and housing. From the beginning, this war has had no clear mission, no strategy, no end goal. It has been driven over and over again by a president who won his election by telling the American people that he would end forever wars, and instead has launched us into more forever wars to distract the American people from the real issues they are facing at home. As the Secretary of Forever Wars, Pete Hegseth, announced, we have already spent $37.5 billion on this illegal and unconstitutional war. Donald Trump has called affordability a, quote, hoax, stating that we have no money for health care. He has refused to sign a bipartisan bill to help address housing crisis that this country is facing. And today on the House floor, Republicans put bills forward to demand $1.15 trillion for the Pentagon, the only federal agency that has actually failed 8 consecutive audits and is about to put another $73 billion into this illegal war. What an insult to the tens of millions of Americans that have lost health care and nutrition assistance, all to pay initially for a $4 trillion tax break for giant corporations and billionaires. So again, let's be very clear. The American people are paying the price of this war, literally through our tax dollars that Donald Trump refuses to spend to benefit the lives of Americans here at home, through the lives of our United States service members who ask only that their willingness and their pride in serving be rewarded with our real thoughtfulness of purpose before sending them into war, through the pain at the gas pump and the grocery store as prices continue to tick up, through the broken relationships with allies around the world who no longer believe that the United States is a real partner to them, through the sacrifices of the American people who desperately want this administration and this Congress to focus on making their lives affordable so they can actually thrive rather than barely survive. Regime change, Mr. Speaker, doesn't work. It never has, it never will. In Iraq, more than 4,000 troops were killed, 32,000 were injured. In Afghanistan, 2,400 troops killed, 20,000 injured. These 2 wars alone cost at least $2.4 trillion, and neither led to freedom or peace for the people of Iraq and Afghanistan, and the toll on our own people, lives lost and ruined, PTSD, wasted dollars, is immense. We have got to stop thinking that bombs are the answer. They are not. Let us remember that it was Donald Trump in his first term that pulled us out of the Iran nuclear deal, the JCPOA, a landmark agreement negotiated by President Obama that required 2 years of careful negotiations to restrict Iran's ability to enrich and stockpile enriched uranium, and to ensure regular inspections of Iran's nuclear facilities, supply chains, and uranium mines. Had the JCPOA been left in place, we would not be in this situation today. It would have worked to minimize Iran's nuclear threat and strengthen Iranian civil society instead of slapping sanctions on and deepening the brutal regime's hold. I want to thank Ranking Member Meeks for his tremendous leadership on this issue. I want to thank my Democratic and Republican colleagues who are voting for this bill for their clarity of conscience and of constitution. And I want to thank Congressman Crow for his partnership on this War Powers resolution, as well as the bipartisan group of members who have co-sponsored, many of whom have served in uniform for our country and uniquely understand the immense sacrifice and duty of serving in our armed forces. I hope that there are even more on the other side who listen to this debate and are moved to join us in passing this War Powers resolution with even more strength and votes than the last one. Our founders knew that going to war was one of the most solemn decisions that our country would face, and that it had to be debated and authorized only by the elected representatives of the people of the United States Congress, not by a president who ignores his obligation to the Constitution and his obligation to the people of the United States. I urge a yes vote on this War Powers resolution. We must end this war now. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, both of my colleagues said forever war, forever war. I stood here and read for about 15 minutes the attacks that Iran has been leveling against us just for the last couple of years. 350 attacks, 30 months, 200 wounded, 4 killed. That is the forever war. It has been going on for 47 years, but that is just the last 30 months of the forever war Iran has been waging against us. To end a war that is waged against us every single day, you have to end the people that are waging that war. That is what is taking place. I reserve.
Serves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Seth Moulton, a co-sponsor of this resolution.
Gentleman's recognized for 4 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, part of our job in Congress is to answer tough questions. When the people have tough questions, they deserve honest answers. But the toughest question I've ever received in my life is not here in Congress, but in Iraq, from an 18-year-old Lance Corporal who simply asked, "Sir, why am I risking my life for this?" There are a lot of young Americans, the best of the best, those few brave enough to put their lives on the line for our country and for all of us here, who are asking that question today. Why am I risking my life for this? Asking that question today as they fight and die in a war Trump did not need to start, a war that he is not winning, a war that has made Iran more dangerous, not less, and a war that is costing every American back home, though none more so than the American heroes and their families who have already made the ultimate sacrifice for this folly. As of this past weekend, the casualty toll from the war has risen to 18. 18 Americans dead in a war that Congress never voted to authorize. In addition to the heroes we have already lost in this war prior to this weekend, we now mourn the lives of Private Isabella Gonzalez, First Lieutenant James Feehan, Sergeant Ainsley Rampersad, and Sergeant Michael Emmanuel Swinton. When the military commander in charge of this operation came before the House Armed Services Committee a few weeks ago, I asked him, how many more Americans have to die for this mistake? He refused to answer, just as Trump and his henchman Hegseth have refused to take any responsibility, any accountability for this massive failure of a war, for losing this war to Iran. Yes, part of our job in Congress is to answer tough questions, though it's easier here than out there in the Middle East. But part of our job is also to ask tough questions of this administration before it kills more Americans in this mistake. Too many of our colleagues refuse to do so. Thankfully, a large number of Democratic veterans do not. We are asking these tough questions of the administration on behalf of the American people and on behalf of our troops, and they all demand answers. That is why we have demanded this vote. It's long past time for a plan. We're long overdue for accountability, and we're tired Mr. President, of losing this war and making it worse for our troops and for everyone here at home. Enough is enough, Mr. President. Enough of your war in Iran that has been an utter disaster for everyone except Iran and maybe China. Enough is enough, Mr. President. Enough is enough. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves balance of his time. Gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, Congressman Jason Crow.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join all Americans, my colleagues, Chairman Mast, in mourning those lost who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation once again. And I honor greatly the service of the chairman. We served in these wars together. He knows sacrifice. He, in fact, sacrificed and gave more than I did. And he also deeply understands the threats. And he was right when he outlined those threats. Iran is a malignant regime. Iran does and has posed a threat to Americans, as has North Korea and Russia and many other regimes and countries and terrorists around the world. Because you see, the important thing is not just to recognize the threat and say if there's a threat that we automatically have to go to war. Because that is the start of the analysis, not the end of it. The next questions, and the important questions, are what do we do about it? Do we go to war? Do we assemble a coalition? Do we use sanctions? Do we use soft power? How do we meet that threat? And it's the fact that in the 20 years of Iraq and Afghanistan, we stopped asking that essential question and just assumed that war was the answer and would solve it. That is what led us to 20-plus years, trillions of dollars, and thousands of American lives lost for wars that ended poorly. I am unwilling to not learn that lesson. I want to be really clear about Iran in particular. There was no intelligence showing that Iran was proceeding with the development of a nuclear weapon. If there was intelligence, we would be having a different discussion here. There wasn't. And that fact matters. So that leads us to the second part of it. What do we do? How do we meet this threat that has been posed for 40-plus years? What is clear is that Americans are done with an endless cycle of conflict in the Middle East. When I was in Afghanistan, our adversaries, the enemies that we fought, would often say, the Americans have all the clocks, but we have all the time. They simply want to wait us out, knowing that we'll just spend more money, have more combat deployments, that we'll just continue to do it year after year until we wear out. Well, when I'm sitting here and have to face my constituents who are losing homes, losing their farms, losing their health care, who can't answer the simple question, how is this making me safer? How is this improving my life? And I can't answer that. I'm unwilling to perpetuate yet another quagmire and endless cycle of conflict. It is time for us to restart the accountability loop here in Congress. All these rules, all the authorizations that we debate, why it matters is because this Congress, this body, has the duty to take a vote, to have this debate, and then go home and stand in front of those constituents who are losing their homes, losing their farms, losing their health care, and say why we should or shouldn't do it. That's what this is about. I implore my colleagues to learn this lesson from the last 20-plus years, end this endless cycle of conflict. Let's bring our folks home. Let's focus on health care, housing, and meeting the needs of our constituents and serving our military families in the way that they need to be served. I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves the balance of her time. Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I would say to my colleague, thank you for the recognition of my service, and I recognize him for his service as well. Proud to have brothers in arms. But I cannot let what was said that is unequivocally false stand. Number one, North Korea and Russia have not killed 4 Americans, wounded 200, and attacked over 350 times in the 30 months just prior to Epic Fury beginning. There is no comparison. That is what Iran has done. And unequivocally, Iran was working to develop a nuclear weapon in their research facilities and development facilities of Natanz, Isfahan, Fordow, and you need only listen to the words of Iranian generals, the Ayatollah, in the last couple weeks and months saying they will not cease their pursuit of a nuclear weapon. Don't take my word for it. Just listen to the words of the Iranian leadership. I reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this vote is a vote of conscience, and we are begging our colleagues here in Congress to stand up for our fellow Americans, for the Constitution, for our Article I powers that our founders thought so carefully about when they wrote the Constitution. This war is remarkably unpopular. It is so unpopular that it is America's least popular war since polls began. And that's been true since the first bombs were dropped. This war is unpopular even amongst President Donald Trump's own supporters. Back in May, only half of self-proclaimed MAGA Republicans thought that the war was worth the cost. Now, 2 months later, only about a third do. That is a 13-point drop in just 2 months. And amongst all Americans, a staggering 70% disapprove of this president's handling of the war, and almost 2/3 of all Americans, including over half of MAGA supporters, blame Trump's war on Iran for their rising prices. I think it is important for us to understand that these moments of conscience in our country require a strength of conviction and courage that our constituents expect us to have. When they elect us, they expect us to honor the oath of office that we took. They expect us to understand the implications of the responsibilities that are conferred on us by that United States Constitution. They expect us to vote regardless of party for the thing that will keep Americans safe. And they expect us to take care of the needs that they have right here at home. And what we have seen over and over again is a refusal of this administration to do that. The lack of clarity about the reasons for this war are quite remarkable. The administration has continued to flip-flop between claiming that we've won the war and then later that more bombs are needed. After Operation Midnight Hammer in June of 2025, the Trump administration told us that U.S. strikes on Iran had destroyed their military and obliterated nuclear programs. After the initial strikes on Iran, Secretary Hegseth said that the Iranian military was, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. In April, he declared Operation Epic Fury was a, quote, historic and overwhelming victory, end quote, and that the United States achieved, quote, every single objective, end quote. But this is plainly false, and the American people know it. Months after Hegseth claimed victory, Iran continued to strike American assets in the Middle East, kill American service members, and close the Straits of Hormuz. The administration has clearly gotten us into a war that they have no clue how to get us out of. Americans deserve a clear strategy, not shifting explanations that change by the day. They deserve thoughtful diplomacy, not tweets like the one that the president just released today, quoting, "From this point forward, anytime the Islamic Republic of Iran shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, whether it be by missile, rocket, drone, or any other device or weapon, the United States will bomb and destroy, capital letters, one bridge or power plant, including those located next to or in the capital city of Tehran." Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. This is irresponsible behavior from the President of the United States. It is irresponsible behavior on the backs of war powers resolutions that passed in a bipartisan way in both the House and the Senate, telling the President to end this illegal and unconstitutional war. It is irresponsible behavior that is going to lead to more deaths of United States service members and civilians around the world. It does not de-escalate. It does not create coalitions of allies. It does not do anything to address the issues that Americans are facing right here at home. So I close where I started. This is a vote of conscience. This is a vote that requires us to find the strength to do what is right for the American people and to send the clearest, even stronger message to this President of the United States that the United States Congress, the House of Representatives, is reasserting our authority over war. This war must end. Vote yes on this war powers resolution. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York yields. Gentleman from Florida. Gentlewoman from Washington yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I reserve. No.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Ready to close. I say to my colleagues, it's been 144 days of a senseless and a pointless war. The president says he's there to prevent Iran from having a nuclear weapon. Well, the first term, the president ripped up the JCPOA, as the gentle lady from Washington has indicated. I was in Congress at that time when the JCPOA was implemented. The United States was not by itself. It was a well-thought-out, diplomatic document that was produced that was clear. It wasn't something that was done by individuals who heretofore only was involved in real estate. It was done with diplomats around the world, and even some of our adversaries in Russia and China. The P5+1. I traveled several times to Geneva to have dialogue and conversation with the head of the IAEA. And I, along with some other colleagues, was told that at that particular time, for the first time, they had their eyes on Iran and its nuclear capabilities. They had cameras watching everything. And all of the individuals said that Iran was at the closest a year to a year and a half and could not progress because of what we were doing in a collective manner to prevent them from having a nuclear weapon. The IAEA was there until when? The president ripped it up. And that's when the cameras and the watching of what was taking place, the agreement that had been made through a diplomatic channel ended and Iran pushed us out. And that's when we no longer could see what was taking place. Diplomacy was preventing Iran from having a nuclear weapon. Without the Strait of Hormuz being closed, without the death of our men and women of our military, without the cost of rising prices of food because fertilizer couldn't get through the Strait, or the cost of gas. We had allies with us. So are we better off now when we're doing all of this basically by ourselves because everyone advised this president of the United States not to do it? $18 lives of service members, too many Iranian civilians, including more than 100 schoolgirls, and injured countless more. Tens of billions of taxpayer dollars spent, and the administration still refuses to give us a full accounting of where that money went. And now, even as they refuse to explain the cost, guess what? They're asking for billions more for a war that they never asked the United States Congress to authorize. A war that the people of the United States of America never asked for. As indicated by the gentle lady from Washington, 70% of Americans are against this war. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? The House and the Senate has spoken. They have already voted in a bipartisan way to end this war. Today, let's vote again. And I believe we will get even a greater margin in this House. Let's not give this president another blank check to wage an illegal war. This is not what the Constitutions demand of us. This is not what our constituents expect of us. They expect us to do our jobs. They expect us to abide by the Constitution of the United States of America. They expect us to stand up and tell this president that this illegal war must come to an end once and for all. Vote yes on this World Powers resolution and let the American people know that we will not be altered from doing our job. And I yield back
Gentleman from,
the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York yields. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can we get the House in order? Thank you.
The House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to begin by agreeing with something that my colleague said. We didn't ask for this. We didn't ask for Iran, again, as I've said already, to attack us over 350 times in just the 30 months prior to Operation Epic Fury. We did not ask for that. I want to read from the concurrent resolution offered by my colleague from Washington. Remove United States Armed Forces from hostilities against Iran, with the exception of forces that would prevent the United States from defending itself, its armed forces, diplomatic facilities, or allied states from imminent attack. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 10 seconds to the gentlelady from Washington to tell us which units, which ships she would like removed.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 10 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, what I would like to respond to the gentleman is we actually need a strategy. Have you seen a strategy of which ships are where, what we're planning to do, what our end goal is, how we intend to achieve a mission?
Time has expired.
We have no classified briefing.
Gentleman from Florida is now
Not
recognized.
A single
Thank you,
classified
Mr. Speaker.
briefing
I'm glad to be recognized again, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Florida is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would read from the resolution again. Remove United States forces from hostilities against Iran, except for those that are tasked with defending it, its armed forces, its diplomatic facilities, from imminent attack. I would again yield 10 seconds to the gentlelady from Washington, asking what forces you would like removed.
And I would again respond to the chairman by asking when we will have a single classified briefing, a single hearing in the House Foreign Affairs Committee on this war. Is the chairman prepared to say that we will have that hearing on this war? Why are we so afraid of having a public hearing on the issue of whether or not we should be at war in Iran? Where is the chairman's commitment to the American people?
The gentleman from Florida is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we have an author of this bill that's demanding U.S. forces be removed, and the author of this bill has absolutely no clue what forces she wants to remove. That is beyond irresponsible, to say the least. Write a resolution, bring it to the floor, demand something with the weight of this issue, nuclear-armed Iran that has been attacking us, killing our people for years, 350 attacks, 4 dead, 200 wounded, just before the 30 months before Epic Fury began. She says, remove all forces, that's the legislation before us, and has no clue what forces she wants to remove. There's a lot of adjectives I could use, but my words will be taken down if I start to use them. So I am going to close. My colleagues keep saying that this is a war of choice. The Islamic Republic has made their choice. They chose to attack Americans every day. I read it off for 15 minutes, the attacks that have been coming against us. They chose to support terrorist proxies, killing of Americans and our allies, to develop weapons of mass destruction and missiles to reach out and touch our homeland and our allies. They also chose to scrap the MOU that President Trump put in place when he ended Epic Fury, and to again engage in hostilities and attempt to extort the world for shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. We do have a choice, Mr. Speaker, and sometimes the only choice is whether you're going to hit back when you yourself are getting hit. We have been hit day in, day out. I read it off, and for the first time, we are finally responding. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the order of the House of today, the previous question is ordered on the concurrent resolution. The question is on the adoption of the concurrent resolution. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. The concurrent resolution is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
For what purpose is the gentlewoman from Washington seeking recognition?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor of a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
She has the dumb hour.
Oh, okay. So just on Davis.
You know what? The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I celebrate Sarah Finch of Vance County, the winner of North Carolina's 1st Congressional District Art Competition. Her remarkable painting, Bloom After Abandonment, portrays a Ford Ranger left in Mother Nature's care, reminding us that even after something is forgotten, beauty and new life can still emerge. Sarah's artwork reflects not only extraordinary talent, but also the creativity, resilience, and promise of the next generation in Eastern North Carolina. May her achievement encourage other young artists to pursue their dreams, to share their unique stories, and to never underestimate the power of their creativity. Congratulations, Sarah, and thank you for reminding us that hope can bloom in the most unexpected places. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
My dear friend, Kate Szyszkowski, passed away earlier this month after a long battle with cancer. Kate was an absolute powerhouse. She served as the Livonia Democratic Club president, where she promoted democratic values and progressive policies. She revitalized the club, transforming the organization into one of the largest, most active in the state of Michigan. It became a local force, just like her. It's weird not to see Kate at the meetings anymore, but her legacy and presence is still felt in the room. Beyond her volunteer work and service, Kate balanced a career as an attorney while raising 2 daughters. She returned to school to follow her passion for nursing. Instead of resting in retirement, Kate worked every single day to defend our democracy and the rights of all residents, especially those historically marginalized in the city. Not even a cancer diagnosis slowed her down. I will miss Kate dearly. I will miss Kate's calm presence, her subtle sense of humor, and her warmth that radiated every single day and everywhere she went. With that, I yield.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2025, the gentlewoman from Utah, Ms. Malloy, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
With that, I yield as much time as he may consume to my distinguished colleague from the great state of California, Representative Kiley.
You're recognized.
Thank you very much to my colleague from Utah for yielding. Many Californians have been shocked to learn that our state legislature and governor just imposed what the California Tax Foundation calls the largest tax increase in state history. Now, for a state that already has the highest taxes in the country and the highest cost of living, that is really saying something. And as part of this, The governor and legislature in Sacramento have imposed a massive tax increase on health care that's going to cause California families to have to pay up to $400 more for health care premiums. This is something that Californians simply cannot afford, and it's all the worse given that California voters already said that this kind of tax increase is barred. It is a double blow to democracy and affordability. Fortunately, there is a way we can fight back to stop it. I am writing a letter putting forth a formal request, joined by my colleagues in the California delegation, for the Department of Health and Human Services here at the federal level to block this tax increase, which does require federal approval. We'll be sending this request out by the end of this week. And it is my hope that California taxpayers can be spared yet another increase in our cost of living that so many Californians simply cannot afford because of the extreme policies coming out of Sacramento. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and congratulate Child Action for celebrating 50 years of service to the Sacramento community. Child Action is a nonprofit organization that has been supporting children and families since 1976. Rooted in the qualities of compassion, community, and support, Child Action has provided affordable and quality child care to over 19,000 children throughout Sacramento County. When child care is affordable, educational, and accessible, it greatly benefits the whole regional economy. As chair of the subcommittee on early childhood, elementary, and secondary education, I know full well the impact that Child Action's subsidy program and eligibility list provide to deserving families with the necessary financial support. These forward-looking initiatives allow parents to seek employment or educational opportunities while still being able to support their families. In addition to the programs for families, Child Action also provides support and training to other child care providers in the Sacramento region, raising the quality of care in the field while growing local businesses in the process. Partnering with like-minded stakeholders is just another way that Child Action enhances the quality of life in our community. They are indeed a pillar of compassion and care by supporting other child care providers and guiding children and families towards brighter futures. I was honored to attend Child Action's Golden Gala in the city of Rancho Cordova. The evening was filled with connection, care, and support as guests raised awareness for programs that continue to provide high-quality care to those who need it most in our community. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize Child Action for 50 years of service to the Sacramento region. Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of National Zookeeper Appreciation Week, I rise today to recognize an outstanding zookeeper in my district, Folsom City Zoo Sanctuary zookeeper, Amy Van Der Molen. Amy has been a zookeeper at the Zoo Sanctuary since 1994. Prior to that, she worked as zookeeper at the Fairytale Town Park in Sacramento and as an educator at the Sacramento Zoo Interpretive Center. During her career, she has cared for birds, reptiles, omnivores, and carnivores. During her tenure at the Folsom City Zoo Sanctuary, Amy has overseen the care of many animals, including 13 bears, 8 mountain lions, 2 tigers, 5 wolves, and many others. As part of her zookeeping job, Amy participates in vet procedures for the animals in her care, creates behavioral and environmental enrichment, performs positive enforcement training, participates in keeper chats for guests to educate them about animals, and shares the Zoo Sanctuary's mission of teaching responsible behavior toward all animals. Amy has created the annual art program where animals use their feet, nose, or other body parts to paint with non-toxic, washable paint on a canvas. These paintings are sold in the zoo gift shop and have even been part of art shows at a local art gallery in Folsom, and have sold at various special events and fundraisers to benefit the Zoo Sanctuary. Amy's love for her work and for the animals under her care is evident as she has been quoted as saying, "During my career, I have loved every single animal that I have worked with, but of course there are a few that I will never forget and will always be part of me. I have been eligible," she said, "for retirement since January of 2025, but I love my job and my animal family, and I don't see myself leaving anytime soon." Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize zookeeper Amy Van der Molen for her service to the Folsom community. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and congratulate former City of Folsom Fire Chief Ken Cusano on the occasion of his retirement following 28 years of service and dedication to protecting the Folsom community. Chief Cusano attended Folsom High School and received his bachelor's degree from Sacramento State. Since joining the fire department in 1998, Chief Cusano climbed the ranks, starting his career as a firefighter paramedic and eventually taking the title of chief in October 2020, which he held until his retirement. Throughout his time as chief, he led a team of over 90 professionals and was known for strengthening the department during a time of unprecedented growth in the city. During his tenure, Chief Cusano lent his expertise in the design and construction of fire stations 39 and 34 and the remodel of Station 38. In addition to the new fire stations, Chief Cusano also played a key role in creating a medic unit and hiring extra personnel to keep up with the rapid growth of Folsom. Under the chief's steady hand and leadership, the mental health of the men and women in the department became a priority. The forward-thinking approach was evident when the department introduced the region's first peer support dog and other proactive approaches to support the resilience and mental well-being of all department employees. The chief's dedication to the quality of life in his community could also be found with new initiatives, such as helping to implement a social host ordinance to deter illegal fireworks, as well as the seasonal closure of certain open spaces which pose fire risks. Chief Cusano has played a vital role in helping to shape Folsom's future. He faced his job and its challenges with the spirit of doing everything he could to keep the community safe, and will undoubtedly be missed by the city's grateful residents, businesses, and the men and women in his department that he called home for almost 3 decades. On behalf of the United States House of Representatives and California's 3rd Congressional District, I am honored to join the community in recognizing Fire Chief Ken Cusano's retirement, thank him for his 28 years of exceptional service and leadership, and wish him well in retirement. Mr. Speaker, I solemnly rise today to honor the life of Brad Tatum, who passed away earlier this year. Brad will be known not only as the publisher of the Orangevale View, but as someone who cared deeply for small businesses, youth athletics, and his family and friends. Known as the heart behind the Orangevale View, Brad took pride in sharing the good news that enhanced the quality of life throughout his beloved Orangevale. This free bi-weekly newspaper stories were not only insightful, but brought people together with a common touch. Brad's gift for selecting stories that reflected his sense of pride for the community could be seen through the ways that he highlighted local heroes, businesses, and the Casa Rams athletic program. His prose and choice of which stories to feature positively impacted Orangevale and the surrounding communities. Brad will undoubtedly be missed by his children, grandchildren, siblings, friends, and the more than 37,000 readers who enjoyed learning about the latest FFA achievements, breakfast at the Grange, and all the other happenings that make Orangevale a special place. His dedication to his community will not be forgotten, and the impacts he made will live on in the lives he touched and the stories he wrote. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives and California's 3rd Congressional District, I'm honored to recognize Brad Tatum for his many contributions to the Orangevale community. I now yield back to my colleague from Utah.
Thank you. And with that, I yield as much time as he may consume to my distinguished colleague from the great state of Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding me time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and express gratitude for my dear friend and Chief of Staff, Andrew David, who is seated next to me here. Andrew has served by my side for over 9 years. We have toiled together to serve we the people. I have great sorrow in my heart that Andrew is leaving the office. He has accepted a beautiful and meaningful position in our home state of Louisiana. But I have an odd mixture of tremendous joy that Andrew is embracing the illuminated path before him, and that he and his beautiful, amazing wife, Holly, who is seated in the gallery, also a native of our beloved Louisiana, they're returning home, having served their country with honor here in this, the people's house. And I rise, Mr. Speaker, unscripted, with only the words that the Lord has etched upon my heart, to speak in gratitude of what this man has brought to me, my family, my congressional service for nearly a decade. Andrew has been an unwavering counselor for me through some very difficult and challenging times and decisions. He has never strayed from the deepest core principles that we attempt every day to embrace as we conduct the business of our congressional service. And as a man, Andrew, through the years, became perhaps my dearest and most trusted, most immediately available source of sound counsel. I have no doubt, good sir, good lady, that I would have failed to perform my service for we the people time and again had it not been for the quiet and calm and steady counsel of Andrew David. I'm reminded, Mr. Speaker, as I see the words that we who are honored to serve in this chamber gaze upon every day, and the stone above your podium, in God we trust, and we effort to be worthy of what it is to be his child and to serve in this his anointed house. I am reminded this day of his words in Genesis 7:1, when the Lord said to Noah, "Come into the ark, ye and your household." Come, Mr. Speaker, he said. He didn't say go into the ark, he said come. This is understood to mean that the Lord was already present there. The goodness of the Lord was present there before Noah entered that challenge of entering the ark and traversing the storm to begin anew. When I came to D.C., I had no experience, no political background. I had a clear understanding of what I thought perhaps should be a servant to we the people in the House of Representatives. What I did not know when I was elected in 2016 and I came here to this august body, I did not know that the Lord had already placed his goodness. It awaited me the Lord had prepared a counselor for me, his unworthy son. That man, that goodness, is Andrew David. We shall continue to serve. We will endeavor every day to be worthy of service to we the people in his chamber, of what it is to be children of God, the Most High. And I, my friend Andrew, I will strive to be worthy of being called your friend and brother. Thank you, good sir, for your decade of service by my side. God bless you as you embrace the illuminated path before you. Good luck, and I know that great joy awaits you and your beautiful family in our beloved Louisiana. Thank you, good lady, for yielding time to me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
The 4th of July fireworks are over, the barbecue leftovers are long gone, and now we have the rest of the year to continue to reflect on America's founding 250 years ago. John Adams believed that independence should be celebrated with solemn reflection, and in that spirit, I sponsored a speech competition for the high school students in Utah's 2nd Congressional District and asked teenagers to write about what America means to them. Tonight, I'll read the 2 winning speeches as well as a little bit about the 2 students who wrote them. These speeches were selected out of a pile of speeches with blind reading, so I didn't know who had written them. Cambry Giles is a student at Millard High School in the 2nd District. She's entering her senior year. She lives in Meadow, Utah, a town with fewer than 350 people, where she's an active member of her school's FFA chapter. And after graduating, she plans to serve an 18-month proselytizing mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. This is her speech. George W. Bush said, "For we are given power not to advance our own purposes, nor to make a great show in the world, nor a name. There is but one just use of power, and that is to serve people." I love this quote because it shows just how America should be. I ask you, what are you doing to help the people around you, and therefore to help this country? I believe that this country is a country of love and freedom. Each of us has the unique opportunity to help those around us. If we love those around us, we can make someone feel better. Love is the first thing I think of when I think of what this great country is. This country means being able and willing to be a helping hand. We all have the freedom to help those around us. We never know just how much of an influence that can be. When people think about this country, they should be inspired and feel proud to call it home. I want everyone who hears this to be inspired to show kindness and feel the sense of pride that this country brings. Every time I stand up to say the pledge, or when I hear the national anthem, I feel a sense of pride to be able to call this country my home. I get teary-eyed because I know what this country stands for and the lengths kindness has gone to keep it free. The most important thing this country stands for me, is kindness. If anything is taken from my speech, I hope everyone that hears this leaves feeling a stronger sense of pride for our country. If we want America to stay great, we must choose to keep it great by treating all of its people with kindness, lifting others up instead of putting them down. This country immediately needs more kindness. Thank you, Cambry. And the second one is from Riley Moore. Riley's the 2nd winner of our America 250 speech contest. She's also from a small town, Delta, Utah, where she attends Delta High School and is entering the 10th grade. Riley's words reflect love for our nation's history and faith in its future. This is Riley's speech. America means so much to me because it's a place where freedom meets opportunity, where people from all over the world, not just America, can come together to live, work, and dream. In my opinion, America represents being able to make a difference and choose your own path. The country is so diverse with so many cultures, ideas, and traditions, it's amazing. To me, America is about standing up for what's right, working hard to make things happen, and better the world around us. It's far from perfect, but with the freedom to speak our mind and fight for justice, great communities are created. I'm proud to live in a country that supports freedom and opinion. In conclusion, America brings hope, opportunity, and a place where I can imagine and create a bright future for myself as well as others. Thank you, Riley. Cambry and Riley are young, and their words reflect well on them, their families, and Utah, where they were raised. Like them, I'm grateful for our country and excited about the next 250 years of American goodness and freedom. And I want to thank each of the high school students who rose to the challenge and wrote a speech. I sincerely hope that each of them learned something new and that their love for this country grew even just a little bit. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much and yield back the remainder of my time to the chair.
Gentlewoman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2025, the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, very much. This evening I have real pleasure to send positive messages forward on so many of the phenomenal citizens that I represent here and their life stories. I rise today to celebrate an extraordinary Ohio educator, Cassie Dornbush, from Ottawa County, Ohio, Congressional District 9. She was honored by the Coalition of Rural and Appalachian Schools as the Outstanding Elementary Teacher for the 2025-2026 school year, this year. For 33 years, Cassie has been a reading specialist at Benton Carroll Salem and a builder of futures. With patience, compassion, and unwavering belief in every child who walks through her door, she has helped students discover how to read, yes, but more importantly, how to believe in themselves. In every word of encouragement, Cassie shapes the confidence, curiosity, and resilience of young minds. Her impact lives on in the voices, dreams, and successes of her students. As she starts her well-earned retirement, we thank you, Cassie, for your dedication, your heart, and the lasting difference you have made in each and every life. Our rocket future is brighter because of you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back on this particular 1 minute and move on. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Paul Hollenbeck, an architect, a mentor, and a rare, lifelong community builder. His precious insights to build progress forward in every corner of our city of Toledo is unparalleled. Paul was an astounding, creative, humble citizen, and he embodied the community's hopes in every nook and cranny, and he rarely got attention. He was very, very humble. He didn't look for notoriety. He believed deeply that places matter because people matter, and he spent his life proving that that belief, brick by brick, neighborhood by neighborhood, project by project. He was unrelenting. I knew Paul as a friend and as a doer. He didn't just talk about civic responsibility, he lived it. And he set an example for others to follow. Through his leadership in creating the Toledo Design Collective, his vision for downtown Toledo, or his quiet mentorship of young architects and community leaders, he and they reimagined the redevelopment of urban spaces and neighborhoods, literally rebuilding America in this new century. He breathed new life into every corner of our community. Paul always demonstrated a focus on the future and that good design for people is about dignity, access, opportunity, and respect for our built environment. He understood that cities are living places shaped by generosity and care, and he gave Toledo both. Paul brought people together, listened closely, and always asked how we could do better for the next generation. He leaves behind, yes, the design collective, the collaborative, building and revitalized neighborhoods, and more importantly, he leaves behind a grateful family and grateful friends and a grateful community and a civic spirit we all can carry forward by innovating and caring for the precious legacy of our built environment in the largest fresh watershed in the entire Great Lakes. Paul Hollenbeck's legacy will live on in the voices, the dreams, and successes that have happened across our region. I say to his family, to his friends, to the architects with whom he spent so much of his life, congratulations, job well done, Paul Hollenbeck. Mr. Speaker, our Northwest Ohio region is lucky to have countless educators who guide our young people and help them grow into strong leaders of tomorrow. One of these educators is Mr. Andre Cowell, a retired Toledo detective now teaching criminal justice at Washington Local School District's Whitmer High School. He brings 25 years of field experience to the classroom. Mr. Cowell's deep compassion extends to every student he encounters. A former student at Whitmer, Olivia Garcia, who wasn't even a student of Mr. Cowell's, spoke so highly of the impact he made on her life, I thought it was worth sharing here in the halls of Congress. There are such good people everywhere. And he showed her true kindness in the wake of a difficult time in her life following the passing of her boyfriend. Mr. Cowell welcomed her into his classroom when she needed an ear to listen. He let her know, and I quote, "If you ever need anything, I'm always here, and you know where to find me," unquote. He kept his word and stays in touch with Olivia to this day. Mr. Cowell is a shining example of someone worthy of congressional recognition. The Whitmer community and Northwestern Ohio are blessed to have an educator like Andre Cowell. He is a model of a man for others, sharing empathy and integrity for the generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back on that 1 minute, and we'll move on. Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to return to my alma mater, St. Ursula Academy in Toledo, Ohio, earlier this year to join the students at a sports rally that featured student athletes, a lot of them. The event recognized the senior young women for their achievements. Special recognition was lauded on the 22 members of the dance team who once again prevailed as State of Ohio champions this year. These arrows well represented our state and the Academy at the UDA National Dance Team Competition, earning a silver placement in jazz and a bronze placement in pom. I was able to present a flag flown over the U.S. Capitol to Coach Morgan Losby and her team of extraordinary dancers. Boy, are they precision dancers, as our community honored their stellar performances this season. Please allow me to applaud all these disciplined student athletes at St. Ursula Academy, including those in, get ready, basketball, gymnastics, swimming and diving, crew, lacrosse, tennis, track and field, soccer, softball, volleyball, golf, in addition to the dance team. Congratulations to them all for their hard work and perseverance as they enjoy their hard-won plaudits and pursue their passions into the future. We know they will do well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back on that and would like to proceed. A serious issue facing our continent. Right now, wildfires are ravaging our neighbors in the Canadian province of Ontario, which Ohio adjoins through Lake Erie. Many First Nation communities have been forced to evacuate. Hundreds of thousands of hectares of forests have burned. However, our northern neighbors were not the only ones who suffered. Just last week, in my hometown of Toledo, Ohio, hazardous air quality ranked among the highest levels in our nation. As winds blew the smoke into northwestern Ohio, our community was at risk for the grave health concerns that accompany wildfire smoke. Asthma attacks, heart attacks, and weakened immune systems. Burning forests remind us that environmental challenges like air pollution and wildfires, which will continue to be exacerbated by climate change, do not stop at national borders. We in the Great Lakes Nation must continue to work with our continental neighbor and strongest trading partner to share expertise on forest management and wildfire response. Joint efforts and collaboration are necessary to make both of our countries safer, healthier, and more resilient. America belongs to all of us, no matter what side of the border one lives on. As allies working together, we can heal our freshwater and forest systems in our precious, bountiful, and life-sustaining freshwater region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back and wish to move on to another topic. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time I have urged Americans, please lower the temperature. Political extremism and dangerous divisions among Americans are still cause for serious reflection. We have seen it time and again throughout our history, and we have seen, sadly, assassination attempts on the president, on former presidents, on lawmakers at the state and federal level, Supreme Court justices, governors, and many more. Last month, as the LGBTQ community celebrated Pride Month, families nationwide marked Father's Day. We saw another escalation that compels me to raise the issue of political extremism once again. A cruel and heartless person anonymously sent a false tip to state police in Michigan in an attempt to falsely claim that former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg and his husband, Chasten, had abused their twin 4-year-old children. Child Protective Services investigated competently, professionally, and quickly, realizing that no abuse had taken place. That false flag proved to be a traumatic experience for parents and their precious children alike. Dear citizens of our nation, hatred is unacceptable. It's still alive in some corners and well in some places in America. Call it out. Cruelty must not be our standard, and it should not be allowed without rebuke. I'm sorry the Buttigieg family had to endure it. Loving families should live free of bigotry. We all need to lower the political temperature. Be kind. Be kind. Be soulful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back and wish to move on. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to say that the leaders of this chamber need to allow a return to regular order. We are far from that. We see the constant churn of failed rule votes, budget bills hopelessly behind schedule, Congress sent home, dozens and dozens and dozens of days wasted going away from this chamber rather than passing the bills that are critical, such as appropriation bills, not receiving consideration in the timetable allowed. And with a Hail Mary pass, pivoting to congressional continuing resolutions instead of passing bills to effectively govern. The Appropriations Committee worked on each of our 12 bills. We did our job and tried to move them forward. For weeks, the energy and water bill impacting every congressional district in our nation has been purposefully delayed after a rule to consider it failed for no good reason. And now we head home. We're being sent home again for the August recess. and district work period without Speaker Johnson allowing our work to be completed to fund our country for the coming fiscal year. The fiscal year ends the last day of September. The new fiscal year begins October 1st. This Congress has failed in its duty. The clock is ticking even louder. I wish the leadership of this chamber cared about returning to regular order. We are living through great disorder here, but they seem to be fine, kicking the can down the road. This hurts every American family. Income tax forms, people can't get answers. It hurts the Department of Veterans Affairs. They can't hire the staff they need. It hurts every single American in calling into the federal government and trying to getting answers to questions you have because of understaffing and uncertainty. This isn't the way to run a country of 340 million people. Someone has to restore regular order to this Congress and this House. I and my fellow appropriators stand ready to do this work. We have done our work. The question is, will this Speaker and his team choose to meet our constitutional responsibilities in Article 1? It's not at the end of the Constitution. It's not an amendment. It's in Article 1 of the Constitution to meet our constitutional responsibilities to pass these critical bills to run the government of the United States, or are they going to cede the field again to more uncertainty and chaos? I yield back on that, and Mr. Speaker, I move on. The President's reckless and power-hungry administration has made yet another attempt to stifle the rights of millions of hardworking Americans. He implemented a lawless database that violated privacy rights, and he compiled citizens' private Social Security information to illegally distribute that to states eager to purge voter rolls. This is on top of the administration's secret plan, alongside Speaker Mike Johnson here in this House, to cut hard-earned Social Security and Medicare benefits. Not only was this data collection started under Elon Musk and his Doge, they call it Doge, illegal team, a myriad of so-called data was fabricated and inaccurate. Americans were mislabeled as non-citizens or deceased by the database. They had their voter registrations canceled without any notification whatsoever. Thank goodness for the work of prosecutors and an ethical district court judge for blocking their illegal action. But the damage has already been done. I urge every citizen listening, especially those who are senior citizens, go to a website called vote.org, VOTE.org, to check your voter registration status to ensure your rightful access to the ballot box. That's vote.org, VOTE.org, to check your voter registration status to ensure your rightful access to the ballot box itself. Sadly, you and I both know that this will not be the last time this administration and their billionaire buddies try to limit your sacred right to vote. Your sacred right to vote. This year, please make your voices heard. Check whether or not your name is registered as a voter that can vote this November, or an early vote in your state if that is allowed. Check your voter registration at vote.org, VOTE.org. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight in strong support of the bipartisan Major Richard Starr Act. Service members injured in the line of duty have already given so much to our nation of their substance. They should not be forced to sacrifice again when they return home to their families. Many of these disabled veterans are unable to work full-time. They often face insurmountable challenges for the rest of their lives. Many are denied the full compensation they deserve for all their service. The Major Richard Starr Act will correct this injustice by rightfully compensating these veterans with disability pay and retirement benefits. And that is why I'm a co-sponsor of the bill and have signed the discharge petition to bring this essential piece of bipartisan legislation to the House floor for a fair up or down vote. I urge my colleagues who have not signed on this petition to support our veterans and stand with me on their behalf. We are just 3 signatures away from being able to vote on and pass this bill, which already has 337 bipartisan co-sponsors. Let's bring it forward, folks. Come on, do the job. I implore you, Mr. Speaker, bring this monumental legislation for a clean vote so we can give something back to those who have given so much for all of us and the generations to come. Please sponsor the Richard Starr Act. Just sign the discharge petition, the Major Richard Starr Act. We only need 3 signatures more, and we can move this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. All right, let's try something I've never done before, but it's also, I need to sort of lock something down. If there's anyone from the Speaker's staff watching, and we said we'd make it public, my team, even myself, we were made a promise today that when we get back, we are going to sit down with a couple of the committee chairs and some of my joint economic economists, because we've been sitting on pieces of legislation for over a year to cut spending, to cut borrowing without removing services, without, I mean, look, there'll be lobbyists who will yell and scream. There'll be activists who make their money because, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, over and over and over and over around here, we spent the last few months, matter of fact, I came behind this microphone probably half a dozen times talking about waste and fraud and walking through all the things we found. How many bills have we moved through here that actually take those things on? Turns out it's harder than you think, because the fraud, turns out that's fairly easy to identify. It's a little hard to stop. Often it's money that's already gone out the door, so we got to hunt someone down, try to collect the money, put someone in jail. But when you hear the term waste, it's often our fault. We designed a program that has leakage, or certain companies have found ways to take advantage of it, certain bureaucracies. Give you a simple example. This is going to make sense in a moment. In New York City, in the last 5 years, the #1 job creator turns out to be a Medicaid program for home visiting. Think of that. The #1 job creator for a half a decade in New York City is a Medicaid program. Even when the leftist Democrat governor of New York says, yeah, it's fraud, maybe we could do something together. We have worked over and over and over to try to write bills. Many of them are very uncomfortable because they're complex. They require changing things in what we call entitlements. But they're moral, they're necessary, and I hope I'm not a fool. Because 1 year ago, when we actually did part of the big, beautiful bill, the family, tax cuts, yes, we had an obligation to extend the tax policy and do some of the pro-growth things. But when we came back, many of us thought we had negotiated an agreement that when we did the second reconciliation bill, we were going to start to save the future of this country, to save the future of the economy, convince the bond markets we weren't going to continue to borrow ourselves into oblivion. And it turns out, and this isn't solely the Speaker's fault, it was really hard to convince a lot of our members how difficult it is to go home and tell the truth about math. So, Speaker's staff, if you're out there listening, I expect you and this institution to keep your promise to our team that we're going to take these bills seriously, we're going to bring in the leadership from the committees, and we're going to pound it out how we move them forward. Because there's a reason. I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound me a melodramatic jerk. How many of you get our daily debt? So the Joint Economic Committee, we actually built a system where every single day, every workday, we reach into the Treasury's management system, and they have these charts and charts and charts and graphs and charts, and we capture what was borrowed today, what was brought to market today, what was sold today. Who in this room, the handful of us who are here, and hopefully the 1,000 televisions we're on, understand over the last 12 months, if I do the last 12 months average, $93,763 is what we're borrowing every second. Every second over $93,000. Now, I understand some of these numbers bounce up and down because we also had some refunding issues after the last debt ceiling issue a year ago. But in the last 12 months, we as a government have borrowed $2,948 billion. If you just want to do this fiscal year, so the fiscal year we're in, congratulations. If you do, here's the publicly sold debt, and over here's the money we borrow from the trust funds, which we do pay interest back, so we have to intellectually be honest, it's borrowing. So often we quote what we borrowed from the public because that's in the public bond market, but when we borrow from the trust funds, Social Security, Medicare, railroad retirement, everything else, we pay it interest. We owe it back. We are now at $2,022 billion in borrowing this fiscal year. This total year, the original projections were like $1.6, $1.7 trillion. We're heading to borrowing $2.3 trillion. I know it's hard to see 12 zeros. I know no one cares, but just understand, this is really crappy. Maybe we all understand this number. At the current rate of total borrowing, remember, net borrowing is borrowing from the public, gross borrowing is borrowing from the public and from the trust funds. Anyone want to take a guess? How many days it takes us to borrow another $1 trillion? 123 days. Every 123 days, we're ticking off another $1 trillion. Total U.S. debt as of today, $39,660 billion. By the end of this summer work period, whatever we want to call it, we're going to be at $40 trillion. Doesn't this make anyone pucker up, or is the joke that's often said here, never near a microphone, because we'd be an idiot to say in front of a microphone, no one ever gets unelected by spending too much money because the public wants it. In 6 years, when you're on Social Security and you're getting a 22 to 24% cut in your check, and we double poverty of seniors, 7 years from now, when we double the number of baby boomers who live on the street, maybe some of this will make sense, that we should have done something much sooner. But math is math. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons I'm a little exercised this week, and you've been in conference and those things, and I accept I've been a bit of a jerk. I'm just trying to find some way to be heard. I've been doing the same damn thing behind this microphone for 15 years, and it's only gotten worse. You know, something's wrong when, you know, I'm number 4 in Ways and Means. I chair oversight in Ways and Means. I chair the Joint Economic Committee. We have a handful of PhD economists that are just smart. And yet I walk into a room of my brothers and sisters, Democrats, even Republicans, with my charts, and I almost get booed because we don't want to hear it. We're going to bring down this republic, and it's not going to be some mob coming over the border. It's going to be our own fiscal insanity. Remember, in about 25, 26 months, the majority of our spending, not tax collection, spending, will go to our brothers and sisters who are 65 and up. We are functionally an insurance company with an army. Last year, for every dollar we took in taxes, we spent $1.43. If you do the basic math, and forgive me, I did this one on the top of my head, so if I make a mistake, you know, send me an angry text like everyone else. I think right now, so far this fiscal year, for every dollar we're taking in, we're spending $1.47. And I'm sorry the staff has to sit here and, you know, hear an idiot like me constantly coming back up and behind this microphone and saying the same thing week after week. But what do we do to cut through? So I'm going to show a couple boards here. And if you're the public and you run into a member of Congress or someone running for Congress, look at them and don't say, what more are you going to give me? I want more money. I want more. Ask them, how are you going to save the country? Because about a week ago, our team met with, I think it was the Penn-Wharton budget model. And the paperwork and the discussion I had with them after, I walked out of the room and my stomach hurt. They had numbers where in 14 years, we hit a wall. They had numbers saying 12 to 14 years. I'm going to show you, I have it even sooner on some of our data. Interest is the #1 expense in this government. It surpasses Social Security. But there was a discussion, if we go with current policy, and we're going to talk about that, current policy, not current law, because this is the scam we keep doing here. We keep extending our spending and extending these things. Current policy, in 14 years, the United States actually can't sell any more bonds. We've hit the wall. We hit a debt spiral. I've been here 16 years. All right, let's do this. Let's run through these boards. Everyone has seen this over and over and over because traditionally I start with this one. This is just the pie chart. If you see what's in blue, that's what as a member of Congress I typically get to vote on. Do you see the red? That's actually on autopilot. I need you to understand, Social Security is the #1 spend. Interest is the #2 spend. Medicare is the #3 spend. Medicaid and the Obamacare subsidies are the #4 spend. Defense is #5. How many times do we get liberals who say, well, we just cut defense, we'll balance everything? No. Interest will be bigger than all of defense this year. It's not that hard. When we talk about these reconciliation bills, and now we're talking about possibly doing a 4th one, and that's actually what I'm banking my sanity on, is most of this red. Now, you don't get to do anything on interest. Interest we owe. And this is, remember, this is net interest. Gross interest is actually closer to will be close to $1,280 billion. Because we owe the interest back to the trust funds. But the other parts here are what we call mandatory. We owe Medicare. We made a deal. We owe Social Security. We made a deal. Does that mean we can't do things to revolutionize the cost of health care and Medicare and make it more accessible, more efficient, more price effective? When we think we actually will spend $350 billion over the next 10 years in duplicative MRI scans, X-rays, ultrasounds, CTs. How about this crazy idea of, hey, I got a scan, put it on your phone so when you go to your next doctor, they hit the button, it's there on the screen. Now, there'll be an army of lobbyists who work for companies that make money on the duplicative scan, and they'll fight us, and then they'll embarrass us. Maybe they'll hire social media stars. As I tried to do a reform and a fix on some of the things we saw from the MedPAC report, where it was costing us hundreds of billions of dollars of waste. Not waste, not fraud, waste. Well, of course, the Department of Justice may actually have an opinion on this one. It was on Medicare Part C, we call Medicare Advantage. And the next day, some marketing firm defending one of the insurance companies was hiring social media stars to beat the crap out of me for talking about trying to fix the bleeding of Medicare Advantage. That's one of the reasons we get so cowed, is the proper term, cowed around here, because we're trying to explain why we're trying to save these systems, and there's so much money in that waste. Part of that money goes to beat the crap out of us to stop us from reforming government. So let's actually walk through something, just a simple concept. A week or two ago, I did a presentation here showing you the academic literature and things our economists have worked on, showing that government borrowing has made your mortgage 1 point higher. So today, when you go out to try to get a new 30-year loan, and it's, what, 6.7 today? It would be 5.7 if we weren't grabbing so damn much money out of the marketplace. We are partially responsible, if not substantially responsible, for affordability in America. But when we go home and do a town hall or meetings, it's person after person after person after person wants more money from us. Maybe Congress is just basically representing the interests of the public. They don't care about the bankruptcy, the stress, those things. It's technically governments don't go bankrupt, but basically what we're going to have to do to monetize this debt. Don't laugh at me, my wife and I are the same age. We have a 4-year-old boy. He was here a couple of weeks ago, cute as can be, just turned 4. For his 4th birthday, he wanted to go to work with Daddy. We need 104% of his lifetime earnings. Every dime he will ever make in his life, plus another 4% just to pay for federal government pensions. Social Security, Medicare, military. 104%. This is what we've done to our kids. Now, part of it's because we have so few children. And so many of us that are gray hairs. It's called baby boomers. It's just math. So trying to explain a simple concept. We do more borrowing and spending, but we also have this thing called leakage. That's where we've misdesigned programs, and outsiders, businesses, insurance companies, bureaucracies have figured out how to bleed those programs because we screwed up on our design and haven't been willing to go back and turn around and fix them. We end up having to borrow more money because when we borrow more money, we push up interest rates. When we push up interest rates, we've just made everything less affordable. We've created this doom loop. And the only way to break it is to convince those markets we're not just going to keep borrowing like crazy. And then we have these charts, and I keep trying to explain this. There's this concept, it's a big word, interest fragility. Interest goes up, and it beats the ever-living crap out of us. So think about what's happened today. Today, I believe the 10-year bond closed was it hitting 4.65, 67? So it's functionally the highest it's been, pretty close to the highest it's been in a year, and some of the highest it's been in many years. So let's play a game here. Let's assume that's, 60 basis points, 70 basis points higher than the average we were having before. And remember, you're going to keep having people say, well, the reason interest rates are up is the war in Iran. They were ticking up before that because the worldwide battle for capital, other countries are also binging on debt. We have data centers, other things coming to market, binging on debt. We're all competing with each other because when you borrow money, you're borrowing from the world's pool of savings. So it could be, your savings account, your pension, a family in China. We all put our monies into our banks and savings institutions, investment institutions. That's what's referred to as the world's savings pool. This is Ray Dalio talks about this repeatedly. The problem is our need for the savings, or the need for the borrowing, is now starting to outstrip the world's excess capital. When that happens, interest rates go up. So when you take a look at what we're doing right now, for the fun of it, let's just say it's only 60 basis points. And it's over the next 10 years, just that bond interest rate we've had recently, over the last couple of months, it's $2 trillion of additional interest over the 10 years. It's called interest fragility. Little bits of interest increases when you're basically borrowing $40 trillion. That little bit kicks us in the head. And that's how you start to head towards that interest death spiral. So let's actually dig into this. I'm sorry, I don't want to hit you with the boards. 30-year Treasury yields are approaching their longest stretch above 5% since 2007. It's here. It's not some theory of me, Schweikert's an idiot. He's going to talk about interest fragility. No one cares. Ta-da! It's here. And I can show you some interest rate future contracts out there. When Jamie Dimon, what was it, yesterday, basically, and look, I'm reading a third-party article, basically saying he would not buy long-term U.S. debt. 10s, 20s, 30s. Should that tell us something? Because expectation interest rates are going to go up, and when interest rates go up, the existing bond crashes in value. You got to understand, it's here, it's begun. If we as a body don't start to convince the bond market that we're starting to get control of our ravenous borrowing, that bond market is going to run this country. Because, what was it, Carville basically said in the 90s, talked about how the bond market basically shaped policy. Our debt is dramatically bigger today. And our competition for borrowing. And how do I put this in? Mr. Speaker, how many of us believe the United States is the most creditworthy country in the world? We have the most liquidity in the markets. We are the reserve currency, though we are starting to lose that because the way we treat our currency and the way we borrow. When Greece, when Spain, when these sorts of countries can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States, Greece can sell it substantially less expensive. So can Spain. When Italy can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States, should we start to worry? Last I looked on one of my industrialized countries list, we were like number 13 on the credit stack. You got to understand what's going on here. So this one is one of the ones that just stresses me out. And maybe I shouldn't drink so much coffee, and maybe I should double up on my hypertension medicine. But outside that, let's take a look here. Gross interest will surpass Social Security in 2037. This is 10 budget years from now. Our math is now saying, no, when we say gross interest, that's the interest we're paying back to Social Security, Medicare, all the trust funds, and what we have to sell to the public. And this is on baseline policy, not current law, based on policy as we've been doing it. But I need you to think about something. This is no wars. This is no pandemics. This is no disasters. In functionally 10 years, interest is our number one expense in the United States government. Someone out there help me have the language to move people's hearts and their intellects. This is terrifying. And I know we're not supposed to tell our voters this because we're supposed to happy talk about how much more we're going to give you. In 6 years and 2 months, the Medicare trust fund's gone. And if you're in healthcare, your hospital is getting a 12% cut. How many are going to get to see your doctor at that hospital? These numbers, and during that time, the spend on Medicare goes from $1 trillion to $2 trillion. It's demographics. So let's one or two more boards, and then you'll be rid of me. More than 30% of the federal revenues will go towards interest in 9 budget years. And we've actually done a stressor on this. So the math right now, and this is sort of baseline policy, in 9 budget years, you pay $1 of taxes, 31 cents of that tax. So this is all taxes. This isn't just income tax. It's not just tariffs. It's all taxes. 31 cents of that dollar. And in my model, because I had a couple other stressors and slightly higher interest rates built in, but this was using CBO baseline interest rates, which were already above, it was 33%. Are you ready in 9 budget years to have 30 to 33 cents out of every dollar just paying interest? This isn't crazy. This is actually already in our numbers. It's just no one dives into them and digs through and goes, oh, dear heaven, how could this be our country? And we're going to avoid actually having the conversation until we get back, and the Speaker will keep his promise to our team that have been working on this for a couple of years now of optionality. And yes, it will drive the lobbyists insane. It will drive some of the groups insane, some of the bureaucracies insane, because they don't give a damn about the future of this country. What they care about is their current paycheck. I'm going to save the future of this country, at least give it one more shot before I leave here. And these two are really, really, really important and absolutely dystopian, and I know it's hard to read. Interest costs are projected to eventually consume more than half of all tax revenues. Not tax revenues, not income tax, all revenues. But here's the punchline. I know this chart's a little hard to read, so I don't know if the camera can pick it up. When we're saying the 50%, it's just the red baseline. If interest rates were to go up to 5.2, oh, Mr. Speaker, what's the 30-year at right now? Pretty much at 5.2. I know that's not our blended rate, but you see the elevation. But at current interest rate models, which is actually at 4.2, which I believe we're now well above because the 2-year is at 4.2. In functionally, let's take a look here in, looks like by about 2041, which sounds like a long years. It's about to become 2027 budget year. It's not that long from here. Half of all revenue. If interest rates go up, this is actually the collapse of your republic, because you owe more interest than every tax receipt, every tariff, every corporate tax, everything we sell can produce. The interest load takes us over. It's called the death spiral. And we're not that far away. Some of this starts to hit where you're hitting 80, 90% 14 years from now. You've got to understand, if with those higher interest rates actually just brutalize us as a country. Mr. Speaker, and to the team, last board. I do wish you were allowed to applaud and be happy for these things. Federal interest costs under various interest rate scenarios. So look, this is a little more the way, if you and I were playing economists, we actually don't do dollar amounts, we do percentages of GDP, because the GDP can grow, but often it's inflation. So when we actually start to look at the actual numbers, we actually right now estimate this year's borrowing. Now think of this. The Treasury Secretary, the budget director, our own budget team, we all said, Hundreds of us, I think, actually co-sponsored a piece of legislation. We're going to only borrow 3% of GDP because we're going to grow at 3% of GDP, except we have a problem. As of today, interest is at 3.1 to 3.2% of GDP. Not borrowing, interest is already over that target. Does anyone pay attention to the actual math, or do we just tell each other stories? But when you start to see the gradual interest rates, we're actually starting to hit a world where I'm believing a model where a decade from now, we could be having 11% of the entire economy just be interest. Remember, CBO's numbers from the beginning of the year, and the numbers are worse today, had us in 9 budget years, total borrowing in 2036 being 3.1 trillion, 2.1 trillion of that just being interest. And the math is worse today. There's ways, we're not going to pay it off, but we can stabilize it. And by stabilizing it, the growth of the economy, those things, we have to get through baby boomers. It's just math. It's not personal. I'm not meant to saying something to hurt someone's feelings. It's math. And I know Congress and much of our politics now are a math-free, fact-free zone. But the bond market will live in facts. And eventually it's going to kick us in the head unless we can do some tough things to convince it we're creditworthy. Mr. Speaker, I am yielding back because I think I used my half an hour. I apologize if I hurt someone's feelings. Please send me a note. I already have pre-written apology notes. With that, we're done.
Gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to wish Darylyn Martin of Richmond Hill, Georgia, a happy 100th birthday. Dar celebrated the milestone with a surprise party at Magnolia Manor Senior Living Facility. She was surrounded by friends, family, fellow residents, Richmond Hill Mayor Christy Cox, a DJ, cake, balloons, presents, and dancing. When asked her secret to a long and happy life, Dar credited staying active and never backing down from a new challenge. Her birthday also marks what would have been her wedding anniversary with her late husband, a reminder of the family she built in our community. As she looks ahead to her second century, Dar's wish is simple, that things look brighter for everybody in the future. Georgia's 1st District is fortunate to call Dar Martin a neighbor, and I join her family, friends, and the entire Magnolia Manor community in wishing her a very, very happy 100th birthday. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the Georgia Library Service for the blind and print disabled for being recognized as the 2026 Library of the Year by the Library of Congress. The GLS is a free library service that reaches over 11,000 Georgia residents of any age who are unable to read standard print due to physical, visual, or reading disability. The system offers magazines and books in Braille or audio forms and uses postage-free mail or downloads to reach patrons across the state. This honor by the Library of Congress shows how the GLS makes incredible strides to reach people in all corners of Georgia. I'm proud of the work that the Georgia Library Service has accomplished to assist readers across Georgia who otherwise wouldn't have access to literature with their accommodations. Congratulations on this remarkable achievement and dedicated service to the people of our state. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the Church of Christ Holiness unto the Lord as they celebrate their 100th anniversary. Founded in 1926 in Savannah, Georgia by Elder Major Solomon Bennett, the church is dedicated to the headship of Christ while preaching the pure gospel. Their name was chosen from scriptures such as Church of Christ from Romans 16:16 and Holiness unto the Lord from Zechariah 14:20. Through the late 1920s and 1930s, the church expanded throughout Georgia through evangelical outreach, revival meetings, and spirit-led ministries. Today, the church has experienced a new expansion with ministries throughout Georgia and Florida. I would like to congratulate the church on its long-standing commitment to discipleship and its continued effort to grow its congregation. Congratulations to the church on this remarkable milestone, and my prayers will be with them as they continue working through Christ. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Command Master Chief Tracy Critchfield of the Naval Submarine Base Kings Bay in Georgia's 1st District. A native of Clendenin, West Virginia, Critchfield enlisted in the Navy in 1996 as a submarine sonar technician. He graduated from Navy A School before reporting to his first command, USS West Virginia at Kings Bay in 1997. He went on to serve aboard the USS Maryland, the USS Wyoming, and the USS Rhode Island. As chief of the boat on USS Tennessee and USS Georgia, he helped lead the successful integration of enlisted women on submarines. He later served as Command Master Chief of Strategic Weapons Facility, earning the Strategic Systems Programs Award 2 years in a row. Thank you, Command Master Chief Tracy Critchfield, for nearly 3 decades of service to our nation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Trish DePriest of Georgia's 1st Congressional District for her 34 years of dedicated service to the people of Southeast Georgia. Born and raised in Wachacula, Florida, Trish got her start as a receptionist at WTOC before Congressman Lindsey Thomas hired her as a caseworker. She went on to serve 22 years as casework manager for Congressman Jack Kingston, then continued the legacy of service in my own office. Serving over 3 decades, Trish helped constituents with everything from passports to veterans benefits to federal tax issues. She earned a reputation as a trusted problem solver for Georgians. Trish was married to her husband Roy for 50 years until his passing in 2012. Roy served as an engineer with the signal department at CSX Railroad. Together, they raised 2 children and were blessed with 4 grandchildren. Georgia's 1st District thanks Trish DePriest for her years of her decades of faithful service to the people of Southeast Georgia. Trish, we love you. Thank you for your service to our constituents. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and the legacy of Commissioner Scott Sweeney, a devoted public servant who spent decades strengthening public education across Georgia. Scott served 8 years on the Cobb County Board of Education, including a term as board chairman. He went on to chair the Georgia State Board of Education, improving education policy for the entire state. Most recently, he served as a commissioner for the State Charter Schools Commission of Georgia. Those who worked alongside Scott remember both his leadership and his character. He prioritized student success, health, and safety, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic when Georgia schools faced unprecedented challenges. He brought decades of business experience to his public service, helping Georgia schools operate more efficiently while keeping students at the center of every decision he made. Scott truly had a lasting impact on Georgia's students, educators, and families. Our thoughts are with his wife, Sandy, and their family during this incredibly difficult time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Parker's Kitchen, which was recently named the Wounded Warrior Project's 2025 Corporate Partner of the Year. Headquartered in Savannah, Parker's Kitchen has long demonstrated its commitment to supporting the men and women who have served our nation. This year, the company contributed $375,000 to the Wounded Warrior Project, helping provide life-changing programs and services to wounded veterans and their families across the country. Parker's Kitchen founder, Greg Parker, continues to emphasize veterans as an essential part of the company's team, acknowledging that their sacrifices made possible the freedom we enjoy each day. Wounded Warrior Project CEO Walt Piet praised Parker's Kitchen's unwavering support, noting that partnerships like this make it possible to help veterans not only return from service, but truly come home. Thank you, Greg Parker, and the entire team for your continued commitment to Georgia's 1st District's strong military community. Mr. Speaker, I make a motion.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
I have a motion. I move that the House now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
close as a year to a year and a half and could not progress because of what we were doing in a collective manner to prevent them from having a nuclear weapon. The IAEA was there until when? The president ripped it up. And that's when the cameras and the watching of what was taking place, the agreement that had been made through a diplomatic channel, ended and Iran pushed us out. And that's when we no longer could see what was taking place. Diplomacy was preventing Iran from having a nuclear weapon. Without